Hey, Directness, welcome in. It's okay if you want to kiss the stream. What you do with your phone is not my business. Welcome on in, though. Thank you for being here, as always. Thank you to everyone watching now and into the future. This is an eternal archive because it is the internet, or at least until Google decides to take things down. I'm having tea this morning instead of coffee. I typically have coffee, but anyway, 1 minute early won't hurt. Yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlethems, gals and gluefoots. Glue sniffers? I don't know. Anyway, I had an idea for a future stream, so I'm gonna have that be the poll for today. Wait, there we go. Okay, poll. But I read a chapter of one. Alright, there's your poll for today. Glue sniffers should be the community name. Generally makes sense and is funny. See, that's the thing. I thought, like, glue sniffers would actually make a good name for, like, a, like, joke tier of membership when I eventually unlock that. I think glue sniffers as a community name, I don't like having, like, self-derogatory humor baked in. I like having it available. But I think having it baked into, whatever it is, and, like, not having the option to avoid it is, you know, it's a bit, it's just a bit heavy-handed. Or, like, heavy-handed is the best I can put it. Either way. Yeah, I mean, it's also the very obvious one, right? Well, actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you'd be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Oh, hey, you're talking about me? Heard you talking shit? Me and mine been making inquiries about the source weapons that found their ways into the hands of refugees way back. So it happens we caught wind of something promising. Rather large privileges, sharp and pointing things, a black market holed up near High Bridge. I doubt this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer his transaction to remain secret. Yeah, exactly. That is what the legality check would be for. Directness. Yeah, it's not that I'm opposed to the idea. I mean, hell, I would do this, like, I would absolutely, if this doesn't, or, like, if it doesn't check out, it's honestly something I might do, like, in Discord. Just, like, to friends and such. I also need to subscribe to Viz. But, like, a Viz subscription is way cheaper than, like, a Crunchyroll subscription, for example. Also, I was sad missing out. I was sad canceling my Crunchyroll subscription, not because Crunchyroll is good. They are evil, kind of objectively at this point. They've committed mail fraud. But, I mean, that's not the only evil thing they've done. But it's just kind of, like, among their prosecutable crimes, that is one of them. Which is funny. But I remembered that Dan to Dan is on Netflix. Now, Netflix is not much less evil. However, I am not paying for it. I am on my family's Netflix. So I can still watch Dan to Dan. And so that made me happy. Because I think that was really or Kaiju number 8, I guess. But I can read ahead on that. The voice acting, I think, was actually of the... So, there's sort of this weird thing where it's like, I try not to rate Japanese dub of something, generally speaking. Gone to your pirating days lately? Yeah. Yeah, I just need to set up my socks proxy. Because we already have a monitor on our house because of my siblings pirating rap music in high school. Fun stuff. But yeah, setting up a socks proxy is an exercise in and of itself, and like has its own merits because then I get to learn how to set up a socks proxy. Yay. But more to the point. And then like Call of the Night isn't even on Crunchyroll. And I do want to watch season 2 of that because honestly, the editing on that, it does actually make the anime itself worthwhile. I feel like, like the editing has been compared to Monogatari in terms of like what it's kind of doing. And I do want to watch Monogatari at some point, even though the watch order is like confusing as hell. But it just seems wacky and weird. But yeah, I don't know. Wacky and weird anime are kind of like what I watch anime for at this point. So, you know, Call of the Night, Dan to Dan. Kaiju number 8 isn't so weird and wacky. But like I will say the voice acting feels very consistent. It doesn't actually, for as over the top as Kaiju number 8 is, the Japanese voices actually seem grounded. By anime standards, right? Like, obviously I don't speak Japanese. I'm not, I don't live in Japan or anything. So, you know, like saying what is and isn't grounded for anime is kind of but it's like they're not as like over the top as like other shonen anime in Kaiju number 8, which I appreciate. I think that's actually kind of nice to have, or they're not as over the top when most of the time. Some characters definitely have that like flair to them. But anyway, back to Final Fantasy. Brings to mind merchant who caught an arrow while talking to Auden. Don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Yeah. Which is true to say these clients have some mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, you might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Get to that over-the-top nature later, starts a little more grounded. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the hard thing to gauge with anime sometimes. I do kind of just count on most anime jumping the fence. Or it's not jumping the fence, jumping the shark. At some point. Like, it just happens so often. I feel like the only one in recent memory that hasn't, and I don't think does, is Freerun. Yeah. Seizing weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Auden? Nod. Yes. I'm glad that I can predict the nodding. Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at the High Bridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Oh, that tea is like the perfect temperature right now. Alright. Thanalan, High Bridge, Camp Drybone. Have you read and then watch it live action to see how close it is? Hey, are you saying that because of recency? Like, as in, like, I would have read the early stuff more recently and not have, and have sort of, like, blank expectations of all of it? Yeah, I think that, I mean, it's, like, a fun exercise. I think with adaptations, though, I don't really put too much stock in, whether or not things change, because ultimately, like, there are just so many factors behind it between creative choice and kind of like needs of the production. Like adaptations can just change just because like something in production scheduling doesn't work out. That's it. I think just knowing what I do of the characters, the casting seems like really solid, at least for like the looks. Casting and casting and costuming. It also seemed that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but nevertheless they pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Leveilleur had dispatched you hither. But powerful men have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one of you, 'tis only natural he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that clients do not escape, with me. Is this gonna work? Okay. Fall damage. Here we go. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? And let us be off. Good luck. Dark Souls starting character looking ass. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damned fool, you should have never come here. The classic words of someone about to get absolutely wrecked by someone much higher level than them. Okay. Oh. I thought you were the corpse. You were really short, man. I'm sorry. That's my bad. It just increases potency when... Okay, just increases potency when done from there. Moving on. Oh, yeah. I was also... Or, let's see. Let's go back into Discord. Let's find the... Gonna see if I can... Okay, anyway. Log window settings. Do I put an echo here? Standard custom emotes. Mouse network PvP theme, free company, retainer, NPC dialogue. I'm not gonna put on the announcements there. Sign messages, phishing. Ooh, yes. Orchestration, please. Random number, glamour, alarm, message book. Let's do message book. Okay, apply. Okay, we'll see. This will be interesting. Need to make sure I get the story logs in there. Waiting and watching. Yes, that looks like a good bush in which to hide. I don't understand. What's this all about? Ah! Hi. He was dead when I got here, I swear. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. He didn't panic, he was a spy. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Leveilleur would be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slipped past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk-white sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the immortal flames or brass blades. Alas, we are here to aid them. They are in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least we have secured the weapons, yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. I will join the first in their hunt for the dusk-white sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the third Zuryuhaze. He will take care of the rest. Off to Ul'dah! Wait, I should have just gone into the Ethernet. Ethernet? Whatever. Oh, hey, thank you for stream sniping me. Ethernet. Ooh, sure. So what's this Discord notification I have? Ah, it is that Frost Prime is streaming. Yeah, and then well, it is only Monday. I don't mind missing a Frost Prime stream on Monday. I mean, I don't mind missing other people's streams in general, but, yeah. I mean, gotta do what I gotta do, you know? This is really the only time I can stream, just given my sleep schedule and work. I also need to find more time off stream to, like, improve what you are seeing on screen. I want the experience to be good. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever-reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Kurthus. Now, what brings you to us this day? A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilberd, you say? Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riel stated with confidence there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. Blatant falsehood. Clearly, Riel is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dah merchants who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the ceruleum processing plant. Time for the fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Alian, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. Auden, a word, if it please you. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't you worry. Okay, cool. So I don't know what it is, but I do have... I guess it's the NPC dialogue that I turned on. But I finally have the backlog of stuff that I may potentially skip in conversation. Though a lot of it still is just like lip flapping. Thanks for indulging my request. Few places better than the market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These Duskwites they were chasing. Latest word is we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself? Not before the fighting started and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in my bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we were taking Gil from the wrong sort of that we weren't taking Gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I have a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Auden, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested in the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you are able. Off we go. Other. Dun. Thank you for coming so quickly, Auden. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady, by all indications. Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? I think I might actually start queuing up for the raids. Let's see, I need to do Labyrinth of the Ancients, right? That's what I need to do for 2.55. Yeah, we'll see if it, we'll see how this goes.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
Oh, joy.
I believe the two of you have met.
Oh, yeah.
We have.
I just couldn't remember your name.
Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
I recognize the voice, but I can't remember her name. But she played,
Now that we're all assembled,
she
perhaps
plays
you'd
Sai
be good enough
Nijima
to elaborate
in
on the
Persona
nature
5.
of the matter
I know
which
that.
brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragon Star burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertier Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragon Star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
They're summoning Bahamut.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Zorma.
So you just know something's up.
Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Yeah, sure. Let's go poke around a dragon corpse.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
There's attacks on Ishgard. Oh. Understand the nature of your destination. As Urianji said, the lake and the wreckage. I'm reading as fast as I can. I'm responsible for destruction. 15 years ago, the next step in his campaign subjugated Orzia Gaius. That's so massive was his force that foregone all conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea that day. Midgard summoned the legendary guardian of the Silvertier Falls, burst forth from the waters of the lake in what would later become the Battle of the Silvertier Skies. A great worm for the... Okay, we're skipping this. In the same explosion that transformed Silvertier Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing aether from malms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains. Ah! DPS! Constant reminder of a fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emeric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done, and precious little time to do it. To be fair, honestly, this is karma for queuing up and then going into a conversation. I probably missed like 3 different queue pops. In what would later become Battle of the Silver Tier Skies, the Great Worm fell to the Agrius, caused an explosion, dried up a lake. Okay, this was not what I anticipated to be doing today, but here we are. Goodness gracious me. Oh. Party. I don't get why people do that. The penalty is longer than running the raid. I guess I didn't get removed from the queue, so it didn't pop. But no, I would have, like, heard the noise. Alright. Yeah, I admit I have no idea what's going on. Okay, this is a lot of lights. Sorry for the diarrhea Christmas lights, everyone. Alright, so we just go in different directions? Is that... It doesn't feel like we've encountered any actual mechanics yet. So that was a very quick Q pop. Also, some of these sound up like... Some of these do sound like NPC names. So I have no idea what's up with that. Okay, I imagine I shouldn't stand in that. Peeling off to deal with ads. Also, these healers are just, like, kind of nuts. I mean, one of them is a sage, so that's probably helping a lot. It gets knocked down and it gets up again. Okay, we're gonna use the shortcut. I'm not gonna super care about the loot here. I guess I didn't open the other treasure coffers, but it's kind of whatever. Come on. What? I'm a bit lost here, mate. Had to take a meeting and now see you in Crystal Tower. Yeah, I had a very fast Q pop. I don't know exactly what is going on. Whoop. Oh, total wipe. Okay. TPK. Yeah. If you don't make it, it teleports you to A. Okay, yeah, I'm utterly lost, mate. Okay, so we all go C. I'm going C. Or wait, want to follow Liquid Swords. Where's Liquid Swords? I can't target him. Sure. Why not? Okay, cool. Glad that ready checks exist. Those all look to be rain. Ooh. Need 4 on pad, as they said. Can I swap with one of the range DPS? Feel kind of useless here. Okay, I think I get the gist here. Tank wants to pull enemies. 4 needs to be on the pad in order for us to kill the thing. I see. Okay, so that was the whole split. Okay. Yeah, that was actually a pretty easily telegraphed mechanic, I feel like, once they said, like, need 4 on pad. I just stuck behind because I... The AFK is your C fight? What? Was that talking to me? What is... Huh? I'm not getting... Okay, I wasn't getting any of my stance switches, and I was, like, really freaking confused. Okay, we're good. Oop, oop. Yeah, as much as the... is this actually an upgrade? It's an interesting fashion. I wish I could have multiple chat windows open. I think there's a way to do that, right? Yeah. Think you just click and drag the tab? Ah, okay. I don't think I need it at this moment, but that'll be useful in the future. Thank you for marking the target. What alliance am I in? Alliance C. I see. Okay. Okay, I obviously failed some mechanic there. I forgot what the markers are. Okay, get behind a stone. That seems like a decent idea. Oh, is that the end of the raid? The yoink, yeah. Yeah, the yoink was deserved. In all honesty, like... It's a bigger stone. Oh, nice. Okay, so that is the end of the raid. Wait, ready check? Should I just skip the cutscene at this point? It's a cool looking dude. Yes, just move. I'm not caring about, okay, anyway, I should probably hit that. Or wait, I made a mistake by aggroing this, didn't I? I'm like, oh, okay, C, I'm getting over to C. The Iron Claw is dead. Stay out of the red. Seems like a solid plan. Nope, getting over to C again. No! Okay, there we go. Yeah, past that with flying colors. Close one? Yeah. Don't want to stand in that. Okay, is the Iron Claws dead? Okay, cool. Whoop! Okay, there we go. Alright, I'm getting the hang of this fight. But it... Man, is it... Oop. Was that not like a giant AoE that he was going to put on? Okay, so that's the end. Very gentlemanly look over here. Yay! Labyrinth of the Ancients complete. Ooh. Ooh. Onion mask. I will always need the orchestration scrolls. I'm just gonna greet everything else. Okay, cool. I apparently just got a ton of stuff. Oh, cutscene. Hey, it's Sid. And Biggs and Wedge. Oh there, Adam. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be written the volumes that are sure to be penned in this historic expedition. The scale of this structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Baldusian colleagues, a crystal tower was constructed to collect and store endless energies of the sun. A characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what of the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. I don't know, it's kind of light work. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that will have been Phlegethon, not Acheron, Phlegethon. He is the hero of the Elagan Revolution. And you gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I have a certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Elagan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Elagan's extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this. Anything that is not written in metal is suspect. Well, 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 there it is, the foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten a path through the maze, I very much doubt we would be standing here now. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Well, I'll just read that later. Because now I can. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Coinach's Find for the present and plan our next step. Lest there be any doubt, our expedition has some way to go yet. Where am I in relation to that? Close enough that flying is viable. Wait, is flying not allowed here? Okay, I guess flying's not allowed here. Okay, yeah, just flying was not allowed in that place in particular. Fitting that we're here now. So good of you to join us, Aden. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you are ready, we shall debate how best to proceed. Grahantia is ready to address the assembled Fellowship of Noah. Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it is time the assembly was called to order. Rambrose will be presiding over the meeting, if you'd be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. Welcome back, Aden. I've just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note that you seem none the worse for experience. For your reference, I've added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report, and begun compiling a survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you only need ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. Just gonna go with the silver piece. Money good. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Aden's account, the labyrinth's defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, his report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by Allagan technology. In short, our misgivings were well founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above the ground by chaotic shifting of Earth, it has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the tower's secrets should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work, the answer to which we must surely be waiting inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. Task rather easier said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Then I move that all further explanation of the tower be delayed until such a time as exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses has been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this to you? It would be my pleasure. Don't forget about us. It's like you said, Chief. We founded the Ironworks to make sure that technology was used for the right reasons, and that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads, Well, I hope you're ready. Oh, sorry. My yawns are not cooperating today. Well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores. Well, everything seems to be had in hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with mine own eyes, I must needs hone my martial art skills ere we ascend the spire. You'll do nothing of the sort, Graha. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garlon's investigation. Pouty cat boy. As an observer, I am not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Pray do not mistake my intent, Aden. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one with your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pause. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, we have not yet caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil and gaze upon the glory of the Elagan Empire. Again, apologies, Jesus. And with that encouraging thought in mind, it is time to bring this assembly to a close. Let us focus on the tasks at hand, that our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. Alright, nice. Such a terrible mess. Yet it does leave the door wide open, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance you place on adventurers, old friend. So, this is the legacy the Elagan Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match even for the Ultima weapon. Nay, more than a match. This mysterious masked man. I'll admit, I don't know exactly who he is. It's not setting off any... It's not sending off any bells in my mind. Not sure if I've met him, though. Maybe it's Sid's brother or something. Is it Bankred again? Oh, it's some... Oh, Nero. Okay, yeah, gotcha. I believe that paints once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. Didn't we quote-unquote kill this guy? And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Sid. Do not disappoint me. He escaped during the dungeon. When was that? That feels like a long time ago. Wait, what's the... Okay, you don't give me anything but XP. Might give me a mount later, but I doubt it. Just because it has Hippogriff in the name doesn't mean it's going to give me a Hippogriff. Right before you fight Gaius in the elevator. Okay, yeah. Ah, 'tis you, my friend. You are doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower. Excellent. I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say there is nothing worthwhile to report. The suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We've not been able to so much as set a single foot inside it. You will recall how the 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In a like manner, the entryway into the principal spire, Circus Tower, by the Elagans called it, is also protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Sid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss. It is encouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talents shan't avail us. It will require time that I am loath to waste, but I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand. Perhaps we can be of assistance. And you are? The Spanish Inquisition. I have no idea. Be at ease, friends, for we share the selfsame goal. I'm Une, and my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the Alagan civilization sent by the students of Baldessian to assist in your endeavor. Une and Doga. Rather unusual names for this day and age, if I might be forgiven for observing, but I digress. You claim to be here at the student's behest, but we have received nary a word of your coming. Moreover, in light of a recent incident at the Isle of Val, I should think they have rather more pressing concerns. We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help. What is it? Graha. Garaha? Garaha? I don't know. I'm giving up on that. Ugh, 'tis nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided. Well, well, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours. Garaha? I don't, but like, apostrophe space between, I know, but the apostrophe, I'm used to the apostrophe being like a glottal stop, so it'd be Garaha. But having that between, like, consonants is just kind of awkward. Like, it just doesn't flow naturally to me being a native English speaker. You have the Alagan eye as well. This sanguine hue is said to be a trait unique to the Alagans, yet I inherited it from my father as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. All my life I have sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there is aught you know, I implore you to tell me. It's a Makote thing? Yeah, no, I know it's a Makote thing. Like, that's why I picked Makote, was so that I could have a lore reason for naming my character Aden. But, anyway. Garaha. I'm just gonna say it like Garaha, I guess. Garaha. Unless I try to force the glottal stop, but anyway. My deepest apologies, but we have no answers for you. Only one thing is certain: those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Alag. As your eye has placed you upon the path you walk, so too have we come here to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth. It seems we have naught to lose by accepting their aid. What say you? I mean, it could be sabotaged with him, but... You know, what do I know? Just fourth wall breaks. Yet, know that I still mean to verify your story with the students of Baldessium when I am able. I trust there will be no objections. Very well. As of this moment, I name Une and Doga members of Noah. Without further ado, let us have them examine the circus tower entrance. I promise you'll not have cause to regret your decision. Aden, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying the 8 sentinels. The 2 of them can show you the way. You approach Al-Makote with that first letter as a consonant with a guttural pause before... Yeah, that's the glottal stop, is the guttural pause. Ishtola. Yeah. Yeshtola. Yeah. Yeah. Ish. Yeah, it's not Ishtola, it's Yeshtola. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garland. He will brief you on the situation. I shall join you, Aden. With Une and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion, I'm hopeful that we will finally see progress. Graha. Good. Good. It just trips me up. I don't know. I think I'm trying to be too much of a perfectionist here. Also, I have to do all the Crystal Tower raids, correct? Main scenario quests. Seems healthy. I did have an audio bit rate of 0 for a moment, interestingly. The Rising Circus. Okay, honestly, there's not too much in 2.5. Circus Tower, World of Darkness. Okay, so we have 2 more raids. Oh, but we can actually get pretty far in 2.55 before we get blocked, interestingly, so. Friend sent me a message, need all of them, but don't believe they're needed until a later expansion. No, it says on the console games wiki that they are needed before, that you need to do all of the Crystal Tower raids before, like, the final, like, 4 quests before Heavensward. So it's still a while yet, but it's nice to kind of, like, make a dent in them. So, like, we're in 2.5 right now. I've actually completed, because I've done all of the hard mode, because I've done all of the hard mode primal encounters, it shouldn't lock me out of completing 2.5. Used to only be needed before a specific expansion, then they moved the requirement to 2.55. Gotcha. Eager to see Circus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt. Yeah, actually. As I'm sure you've already heard, though, the place was locked up tight as a clam. New friends from the students, you say? Excellent. It's been slow going, or rather, no going, for the chief. I'll appreciate the help. If you follow me, I'll just take you to him. Ah, some old faces to lift the spirit, and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Une and Doga. They are scholars of ancient Aleg sent here by our friends of Baldessian to aid in the investigation. We understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. 'Tis our hope that we can be of some small assistance. If your attires ought to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond rises Circus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. The problem is, we can't get it to open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a magitech cannon. Nothing so much as put a scratch on it. For a blessing, this gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is an elaborate device carved upon it. A man and a woman respectant. Alagan royalty, by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals were, we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative. Oh, hey, the princess and the prince. They're right here. Who could have guessed? It's just gonna open for them, isn't it? If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use. Just ask the calluses on my hands. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed, why should we exert ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord? Okay, yeah, y'all have some explaining to do there. I don't think any of us expected that to happen. Seven hells, what is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable, only to those of royal blood answerable, exactly as passed down through the legend, I am delighted to see. Nero! Yep. Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you have acquired. Nero, you're still alive? Garland, if I didn't know any better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. But I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. But rest assured, I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is for all intents and purposes defunct, and my association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald. And so, I've been roaming this land Eorzea, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed, you think us gullible. If you're suspicious of my intent, 'tis only my just deserts. I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share with you what I know, starting with these odd characters. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was the symbol of ancient Alag's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were living keys. You mean to say that these twos are descended from Alagan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. They're artificial constructs. To put it plain, they are imitations of royalty. Living keys born of Alagan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is the name your creator gave your kind. Is that not so? Twould seem the time for concealment is past. Pray accept our apologies. 'Twas not our intent to deceive. We simply wished to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims. If it please you, let us return to the 8 Sentinels. There is much and more to tell. Very well. Yeah, honestly, the garb gave it away, man. Seven hells, do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland, you knew me better than to think I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An Alagan tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be the jealously guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. Dude hands you a random USB drive, don't trust him. I look forward to working together, old friend. If you're ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader, Rambrose, may wish to be present. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you will have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Baldessian. Nay, we are clones, copies of people who once existed, given life through Alagan technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created, and more specifically, what it is you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit Alagan history. Pray bear with us. The Alagan Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as the symbol of Alagan pride. Parents took their children there that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. The decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Alagan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alag to greatness. Amon was his name, and he believed that the ailing empire wanted but a potent ruler, and none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. Founding father? You cannot mean Emperor Xander. None other. As part of his experiments, Amon created clones of the Emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Une and Doga. Historical texts mention the reigns of two Alagan empires named Xander. It is commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such custom was not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike, to think that the two were in fact one and the same. Aye, Xander returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more, and true to Amon's prediction, the Emperor restored his realm to glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the Emperor desired to bring the entire world under Alagan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Okay. So this is kind of interesting on the, like, nature versus nurture side of things, right? Because, like, they're not saying whether or not the Emperor was told of his history. I'm assuming he was, because he would have had to have been, like, caught up on history to learn of the Emperor, or to learn of the first Emperor, Xander. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Xander turned his sights toward just a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Darkness again? Seven hells, what is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Yeah, good question, Sid. Well, at least this one won't be bothering, speaking thousands of years dead and all. Would that you were right, Master Garland. You just had to say that, didn't you? Alas, Emperor Xander is very much alive. Within Circus Tower, he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Oh, it's so pretty. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered the earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Alagan Empire was laid to waste. Yet even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Amon, now Emperor Xander's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber, in that state that they were to remain until the time was ripe to awaken. Eras came and went. After millennia lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the earth. Its descent triggered the seventh umbral calamity in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. Oh my god, that's huge. Okay, so it was this space station on the moon. Wait, was it the moon that was being brought down as part of the meteor to, like, kill Bahamut? Am I understanding that correctly? Because the seventh umbral calamity was the, like, yeah, the calamity that, like, sparked I'm forgetting all the names, but it's where, like, Louisoix, like, sacrificed himself. They were, like, trying to kill Bahamut. The Garleans were trying to, like, destroy Eorzea. Dalamud is the red moon in the ARR cutscene that held Bahamut inside of it. Right, yeah. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah. At that moment, Emperor Zonde awakened. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. That's all 1.0 lore too. Yeah, I figured. 'Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Xanda's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited for our namesakes, the true Une and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will that we might carry on their mission should they fail. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated the course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Xanda, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. 'Tis no ordinary man who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Adenvod, we are confident that we can end Xanda's dark ambition once and for all. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Baldessian, among a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. While the Bahamut normal raids aren't required like Crystal Tower is, it's definitely worth doing for the other half of this story. Lots of Dalamud secrets that tie into everything. Yeah, I mean, I plan to do them, eventually. Like, it's kind of hard to resist. Look, I do MMOs to raid. That is the purpose of my existence, is I raid. So I definitely will be doing them. It's more so just kind of like a matter of time, because I really want to get to Heavensward. Like, that is my priority right now. So what will we do, Auden? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. I think I'm going to stick on this for a while, though. Try to finish this out so that I can just bust through the rest of the post-ARR. Hard to get groups for. 99% of people refuse to play Bahamut synced. Interesting. Yeah, and I mean, that's part of it, right? Is that, like, the Crystal Tower raids are easy enough to matchmake, it seems. So, like, that I'm fine doing, just busting out on stream, but may have to do Bahamut off stream. Or, like, get a pre-made together or something. I don't know. And I know that you and plenty of others are willing to help. But, yeah. More so just, again, priority, Heavensward. You know? It's been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Ilagan civilization, but what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think that the tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Une and Doga, living, breathing Ilagans. Or just be okay with unsynced for the story, but yeah, priority Heavensward for sure. Yeah. When you say sync, do you mean level sync? Right? And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts to sealing off Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Yeah, like, it is interesting because I'm curious, but I also don't want spoilers. Like, why Crystal Tower is required before Heavensward? You know? Is it for the Ilagan history? Is that why? Auden, as you did with for us within the Labyrinth of the Ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Xanda himself. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work, then. Interesting little background conversation going on. Wait, there's something on my snow. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean that he's a clone too? Oh, Crystal Tower is required for many reasons, but the one main reason was for later expansion. The original requirement made it a little obvious what a specific plot twist it was. Doing it earlier makes it harder to see coming. I see. Okay. You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The Elagan Eye, you called it, but to us it is the Royal Eye, owing to the fact that the trait only manifests in those possessed of royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I am disinclined to think it is a coincidence. Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time. My apologies if I've given you cause to worry. I am quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there has been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Circus Tower awaits us. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Xanda himself included. This will afford us the chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. So actually, if I want to avoid spoilers, I shouldn't even look what the original requirement was. Or like if I'm being like ultra cautious about spoilers, I guess. Because then I would know that X, Y, or Z has a plot twist. I imagine the plot twist is something like, oh, someone is actually a clone. Duty Finder, Circus Tower, join. Alright, last Q pop was pretty quick. Yeah, better safe than sorry. Yeah. I guess we can try to progress the rest. You don't even look at the patch it was originally acquired. It would tell you what expansion was for, knowing that they wanted... And that's what they wanted to avoid you knowing. Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, Pictomancer? Dude looks like he's out of, like, Brutal Legend or something. Like, furry, Jack Black looking ass. I mean, I like the fit, though, but... Furry Jack Black is wild. I mean, tell me I'm wrong, though. Like, if you look at Jack Black's character in Brutal Legend, so I guess not Jack Black, but, like... And also, actually, Jack Black's character in Brutal Legend has a, he has a denim vest. Forgot I could fly for a minute. Also, it's interesting what it is held for review. like your message where you were like all caps Nero and then holy shit were both held for review. Yeah, moderation. Automod on YouTube is, or the built-in moderation on YouTube is kind of just stringent. Jack Black seems like kind of just to admit being a furry in real life. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, it's not meant, like, derogatory. It's just, like, that's the aesthetic. You know? And not even saying, like, all, whatever the lion characters are furries. It's just, like, because also they're, like, bigger, beefier, and have better hair than Rogadin. So it's like, if you want to play a Rogadin with better hair, that's what you go with. You're in Luxor. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, or Castrum Kentry, I guess, since they're doing the whole Roman thing, come and go from Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut off for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of some parts and other equipment. So it's true then, the Ishgardians honestly fear that the war might rise again. Well, from here it seems rather unlikely, but if assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. Also, Circus Tower is going to be a bit... If I withdraw, is there a penalty? No. Okay. Snowcloak, Keeper of the Lake. There we go. Oh, cool, I can queue up for both. So whichever one pops first. Back out 3 times once the queue is popped. Gotcha. Or if you leave the dirty... Yeah, of course. Standard stuff. I was just wondering, like, what the queue stuff in particular was. It's kind of nice that, especially because the requirement's only a minute, that they let you back out twice once it's popped. Because that essentially leaves time for, like, timeouts. Neat little pet. So if I have the duty finder set up like this, it will just like take me into whichever one pops first, correct? I'm assuming that to be the case. Okay, cool. Cool. Yay, that means I can I'm gonna go get let's go gambling. Gonna go unlock Golden Saucer. Should tell you which one once it pops. I mean, I can tell by party size. Like, one's a dungeon, the other's an alliance raid. That's a pretty big tell. Alright, I think this is the unlock for Golden Saucer. Do be careful with those. Break anything and I shall be forced to deduct it from your salary. Beg pardon, what is my loyal manservant carrying? Why, a not-so-small fortune, in prizes ably won by yours truly in the Gold Saucer. You have heard of the Gold Saucer. Nay, ye gads, men, you might at least try to keep up with the times. It is only the Sultanate's newest and finest place of entertainment. Thrilled to the sight of majestic birds roaring down the straits at the chocobo races. Pit your wits against your peers at the triple triad tables. At the Gold Saucer, one can do all this and more, and if you know what you're about, you'll walk out a wealthier man than you entered. There's a better place to shake off one's cares after a grueling day of promenading. I've never heard of it. Did I mention that the female attendants are particularly easy on the eye? But I dare say you'd rather discover them for yourself. Yes, I'll wager you're wondering just how, in Thal's good name, you can experience the wonders of the Gold Saucer firsthand. Am I right, or am I right? I thought as much. Well, since this has been my lucky day, I don't see why it shouldn't be yours, too. I just so happen to have a spare golden airship ticket, you see. Consider it a gift from one eligible young man about town to another. Just show that ticket to the lovely girl in uniform over at the landing, and you'll have a seat at the next airship bound for the revelry and riches. Be fairly warned, though. You may expect no mercy from me should our paths cross at the triple triad tables. Nay, not so much as an ounce. Ha ha ha. Okay, airship landing. Yeah, accurate. Thaumaturgist Guild, Chamber of Rule. Oh, hello. Oh. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Did not expect Circus Tower to pop first. But here we are. Gladiators Guild? Whoop. Alright, raid number 2. After this, I think I'm going to take a break. Because I need to, you know. It's going to be the typical midstream break. Get food. Probably another cup of tea. Really? Circus Tower is the most popular. Okay, I'm in Alliance B. Okay, I should mark my tank and my 2 healers, but I don't have marks hotkeyed. Okay, that is way too much. Taking time out of optimal DPS to be polite. It's generally considered the simplest, really. So it's even simpler than Labyrinth. Oh, we have a dancer. Okay. Wait, do I not get to see who their dance partner is? That's a shame. I don't think they have the skill at this level. Oh, really? I feel like I'm failing some mechanic with these towers that are over here. Or is it just like get out of the lines? Is this the one where I need to go away or go towards? Alright, I'm keeping my eye on party chat just to, like, make sure that I'm not missing anything. Only mechanic is lines go to players. The lines are balls of energy that follow the player towards a tower to power up the tower. If the player gets hit, they get debuffed. Okay. Pass. That's for the purple ones at least. Oh boy, there's colors in here. I need to review... Okay, actually, I wasn't able to get this answer out of Valley, but, is there a way I can review the, like, raid marker tutorials? Yeah, the raid marker tutorials. There's the level 30 guide, but it doesn't cover anything. Okay. I think because... I don't know, I felt like it got some of it. Although some of it might just be fight specific. I remember the Tank Buster one. The Tank Buster marker is really easy to remember. Mechanic markers, a lot of them are just meant to learn over time. Alright. Honestly, I might just look up a wiki page on it. The things I'm, like, most concerned about are the ones that tell you, like... Ooh, this guy looks cool. The ones that tell you when to... Remember when Tank B marker didn't appear until Stormblood? No, but that sounds like a headache. Yeah, a lot of this just seems tank and spank. Which is not a phrase I've used in a long time. I guess I don't need to kill those? They retroactively put in a lot of newer markers into old content, but yes, and you bid for you just need to make sure it won't have spoilers. It's mostly because of how much they have nerfed the mechanics since it first came out. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Like, the power creep is real. So what's Warframe up to? Oh, Warframe's having a sale on stuff. Neat. Doing this when it was new was a fucking shit show. I'll take your word for it. Hello? Do we just get to the side? Yeah, we literally just get to the side. Okay. Ooh, someone died. Okay, we're already at Amon, so... Frogs, ice block ninjas, and meteors, earthquakes. No one ever knew what they were doing. I'm going to assume I do the right thing until I get chastised in chat. Ooh, that's an AoE that I need to remain out of, ideally. Or I assume I need to remain out of it. Thinking like a true DPS main. Yeah, it's not the best, but I'm doing all of this blind. And, like, there's 24 people in here, and I have a big head and little arms, and I'm just not sure this plan was thought through. If there's something with less max health than the main target, I kill it. I should probably get behind a rock. That could have turned out very badly had I not had the situational awareness to see that there were just, you know, rocks. Can't change that to greed. Phlegathon. Pass. Pass. Greed. Oh, cutscene? Alright, I'm down for a little cutscene as a treat. You fight valiantly, mortals, but to no avail. Huh? Absolute darkness draws nigh, soon it will be unleashed and da-da-da. I did not get to read all that. Whoop. Big man Xanda. What if I just got teleported into some dumb AoE? It would have actually been pretty funny. Ow. Amon was the big wall back in the day. Neat. I thought the fight was over there, not gonna lie. Okay, cool. Turns people into frogs, turns others into dice blocks, and DPS had to kill all the edge. Shit sucked when damage was lower and people died easier. Yeah. Oh, I see. He's going for a breakdancer look. That's fun. Looks like this guy I knew named, this b-boy I knew named Chacho. Chacho Valdez. Always need the orchestration scrolls. At least first time. That's a weird one. I'm gonna pass. I buff y'all by pulling these sick moves, yeah. I mean, that is just Dancer, right? It's themed after Final Fantasy 1 and 2. That makes sense. Auden. You did it! You defeated Emperor Xanda! Yeah, but now we're gonna unleash some greater evil that we then have to go seal up or something, because there is a third raid in this sequence. I have no idea what it does, but anyway. Empires may rise and fall, but man's indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you are the champion we'd hoped for, Adenvod. Also, my mic arm keeps, like, slouching down. With Emperor Xanda now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone. What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Garlon, these are dangerous surrounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you needn't mind me. I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on and finish what you came to do. There are two ways that we may seal off Circus Tower. Either isolate it from the outside world, or cripple its ability to produce energy. The choice of method is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Doga and I must needs attend to a task. Well, which one should I do? I wasn't expecting to make choices. I was expecting to use my neck muscles. And that's it. Oh, they're gonna, like, ascend. They're gonna be the final bosses of the next raid. The distortion, what is it? Good question. It's some access to power. The power that Xanda sought to obtain comes from the void, the world of darkness, our people called it. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of Void Sent. Void Sent feed on ether, as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. Only solve 90% of all conversations, gotta train those mouth muscles occasionally. Yeah. In exchange for their allegiance, Xanda entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the Void Sent could freely enter our world. This covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, Unai and I believe we can annul it. By his blood, Xanda sealed his dark pact. By our blood, it shall be undone. It is time. Yes, Doga, finally we may fulfill our purpose. Nero's in the background doing metal detection or something. Sorry, I didn't warm up to do my evil laugh. Oh, be still my beating heart. For a moment I feared this outing would end in disappointment, but my readings were not mistaken. Not even the Ultima weapon compares to this. What are you going on about? He wants to use the void. Surprise, surprise. The covenant is everlasting. Oh. And so Mericidia is brought into the fold. Soon the world shall be united under Alagan rule. Echo time, baby! Yeah. And yet with every dream that becomes reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid. An endless void bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its ravening claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Beings without will, you cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. What worth is wealth and power when all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power, that the gate may be thrown full open. Let the cloud of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness. Okay, dude just got so pissed that he's like, end the world. And it's like, you could have just invented Facebook and accomplished the same thing, dude. Ah then, pull yourself together. Is there no end to them? What in the seven hells is happening? Not now, damn it. Nero, they part of your grand plan too? Save your japes, Garland. I don't want to put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clone. Blech. Something controls them. A void scent, and no ordinary one at that. Toga! Oh, he's getting yoinked. Confound it. Without them, there's no way to master the darkness. That power is mine. Alright, Virgil. Yeah, you're not saving her now. Nero! Yeah, exactly. He is Virgil. Covenant shall be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void. Yeah, and I mean, Cid's not exactly Dante, but, like, it's kind of there. Also, Cid's originally Garlean, right? Damn it, the rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? Yeah, I mean, this is the ending of Devil May Cry 3, right? Where where Virgil goes into the void atop, like, they ascended the tower, and now Virgil has gone into the void. Cid actually has goals and purpose, yeah. How is this just Devil May Cry? Now, be careful there. It's not DMC Devil May Cry, the remake, because that's a different game. Both Garlean and Cid turned traitor first, and the other was just jealous that he didn't think of it first. Yeah, exactly. So I actually don't. So the remake was what like got me into Devil May Cry. So I do have some affection for it, and I actually like some of the combat gimmicks they're doing. I think that it is overly restrictive and like unrefined, but sort of like the default button scheme kind of actually gives like an interesting aspect to the like the angel and devil weapons and powers. It's an interesting concept that I think expands on the fiction, or it expands on the fantasy, not necessarily expands on the fiction. But like I do find it interesting. The story is it's went back and played the others or watched them in the case of 1 and 2. Yeah. Oh, there was a sale and I was gonna go get the old collection. Yeah, I just looked up the story of the others. I've only played 5 in the remake, actually. Yes, fake fan. Say what you want. But like 3 and 5, from what I know, are considered the best in terms of combat. Like 4 has a lot of interesting combat stuff, like Royal Guard flying. It's just that the missions, it's like the first 10 missions are the last 10 missions in reverse. All this happened at the tower? God's preserve. The rift manifested before your eyes. There exist a myriad kinds of void scent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. It would seem that Xanda sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions, one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this void scent is capable of. It was okay as its own thing, but I found the pokes of the originals a bad taste, intense. Yeah, no, I agree. The, like, as its own thing, like, absolutely, that is the remake's greatest sin, I think, and like rightly so, actually, like not just from a like nostalgia perspective, but like genuinely like poking, like when you're trying to like reinvent fiction, don't like shit on the thing that you're trying to branch away from, you know? Or at least not in a way that pokes fun of like what people enjoyed about it. Like if it's like like that's the thing, is it also kind of like predates like the it predates a lot of like mass social media. Like it doesn't predate forums. So like I'm sure that there were toxic elements of the Devil May Cry fandom, as there are of anything, right? Like just get enough people in a room and you're bound to have some people who are off their rockers. But in particular, like pointing, and I've actually been thinking about this recently. Like not in the context of Devil May Cry. Anyway, but yeah, just in terms of like expanding the fiction and like trying to branch out, like you need, in order for your take to be taken in good faith, you need to pay some respect to like what originally came before, right? Like Persona doesn't poke fun at Shin Megami Tensei, right? Like it doesn't like laugh at Shin Megami Tensei fans. Now there are many vocal SMT fans on social media. The refocus on corporate media and the remake is a story plot I felt has aged really well. Yeah, it's interesting because and that's part of why I do like it, is that game also came along at a time when I was like deprogramming myself from the branch of my family that was like listening to Rush Limbaugh all day. And so like that was actually like the perfect story for like edgy 13-year-old Gluefoot, right? Was Rush Limbaugh is the devil, or like working with the devil, and that like mind control is coming through soda. And so now I, listen to public radio and listen to local public radio, notably, not just like national public radio, but listen to local public radio stations and then like drink water, right? Complains about Persona a lot. Not the game, so I'll purely sad that it's so much more popular. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's... But, like, at the same time, like, Persona... The reasons why... It's that push and pull, right? Where, like, Persona is more popular than SMT because it isn't just the JRPG grind that... Especially, like, SMT before 5 is... And I'm not even sure if 5 isn't grindy. I haven't played it. I just hear good things about it. I'm like midway through 3. But look, I'm going to be honest. 3, the combat is great. That is the only thing I can say about the game. Just because like there are so many like quality of life things missing, even from the remaster in 3. Like there's not a quest log, right? Like I can't keep track of like what the hell I'm doing in the game. There's like a lack of tutorials. It is still very much a product of its time. And Persona, just honestly by virtue of being a more modern game, gets around that. There's also the fact that like, like people will say like, oh, like I wish SMT was as popular as Persona. I wish Persona was as popular as Persona. Like, from what I've read, Persona 2's whole thing, Persona 2 sounds awesome. I would love for it to get like an update and stuff, but no, like Persona 3, 4, and 5 are the only ones that like get attention. Particularly for the character design. I think that actually plays a large part in it. Anyway, enough about that. However dreadful it may be, we can't abandon our friends. Is there no way to save them? I will not lie to you, Master Garland. The situation is bleak. Though void scent can enter our world, instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know where our friends are still alive. A smaller group for 3 and 4? Yeah, exactly. Damn it, I feel so helpless. And it also sucks because, like, games like Soul Hackers 2 kind of fall flat on their face. Right? Like, that's an SMT game. And no, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Unai. We share the same eye, 'tis true, but it's not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them fulfill their mission, a mission whose burden that they have borne for thousands of years. And besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Xanda's dark covenant is binding, our world is in danger. 'Tis our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Glaha, ever since meeting Unai and Doga, you have not quite been yourself. Tell me, is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I know only that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me the truth of our eye rests with Alag. The answer eludes me still, but one day I will find it. I am with Graha. However slim the odds, we must try to save Unai and Doga. That bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain he won't make any more mischief. You have the right of it. Though we have known them but briefly, Doga and Unai are our comrades. We cannot fail them. I shall consult experts in literature both. I swear to leave no stone unturned. Yet know that it may be a while before we are ready to act. I would ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray rest now while you can, for when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength. We'll save them yet, Aden, mark my words. World of Darkness. World of Light. Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game about the fight. Ah, Aden, it is good you are come. I have news. It's good on what now? I know that's how the phrasing is, I just wanted to make the joke. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Unai, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Xanda. But you, Aden, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void sent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Unai labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through a rift and dragged the pair of them, and Nero, out of our realm. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Unai, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Xanda's orders, and collects energy to open another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We've done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open for only Unai and Doga, so too will the tower heed only those with the royal blood of Alag. 'Tis a most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious, according to the Ilagan tombstone Nero presented us. During the Golden Age... Oh, hey, so it did come in use. During the Golden Age of Alag, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such technology, Aemon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Hello? Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Xanda's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the latter would suffice. But then, what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, the power could discharge and cause a calamity like the one that destroyed Alag. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. Siz's assistants aren't too dissimilar from the DMC support cast. If you're talking about, like, Lady and Trish, I don't know about that one. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm and seal the rift shut after them. Oh, I haven't met them all yet. Okay. All of them meaning all of Cid's assistants. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use Circus's power for our own purposes and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. Alright. Now that's thinking with portals. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturge's Guild well versed in otherworldly matters, and with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. Ah, here comes the man himself. Aden, just the man we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. Excuse me. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well, the device is nearly ready, though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got. But it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Aden. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Well, Cid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? I was twirling a pen in my hands and fumbled it. I feel like well, no. I want to get a little bit further before I queue up again. I just want to get food. I also need to get like music set up on the stream so that I have something that kind of plays on break. Hadan, I bet you're here to watch us pry open the rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling's off, well, boom. But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you best wait at the top. The chief's been overseeing the whole operation. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Graha? Ah, Emperor Xanda's throne. Oh, the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it stood as a symbol of Alag's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Alagan civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Xanda and his ambition. There were those who tried. Xanda's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, the warriors young and brave took up the sword against Alag. These men and women became beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But this has all merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Alag's heart for the kill, Xanda lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Xander desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power be held within Dalamud be emptied into Circus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the earth upon which it stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I had learned of its cause from Une and Doga. I had no idea that rebellion incited Xander to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Alagan history is astounding, Garaha. Why, a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn of half of what you know. Mayhap, 'tis strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Aye. Yes. Biggs, are you ready? Ready and raring to open that void gate, Chief. We reckon that this machine's up and running. She'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrius. So just give us the word and we'll start channeling any energy into the tower. Good. Let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone, step away from the throne. Alright, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. Not as big as advertised, but I'm used to that. Rift to the world of darkness, as Une called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. You can't break out the me just yet. The tough part's still ahead. We've broken into the dark realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the void gate stays open. As will the sons of St. Quenach. This rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are truly lost. Which leaves Auden. My dear friend, 'tis a heavy burden I must ask you, but there are none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save for the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades, but you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving. So, food? Food time? Might I have a moment of your time, Auden? There is a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. Time for noms. Yeah, well, I also haven't eaten today, and it's it's noon. I have to go to work in 3 or so hours. But I'll be streaming for half that time yet. Should have enough time to queue up for the last alliance raid here. Arden, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, 'tis a trait seen only amongst Allagan royalty. Long have I pondered why such is my inheritance. That sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted. But what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow meeting those 2 clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something. Something ancient, but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the selfsame ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Allag. Mayhap what I wish to remember in these words are related. Mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through to the very end with mine own 2 eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. Okay. You have my thanks, my friend. Now let us venture to the world of darkness to save our comrades and our realm. Alright. Enter the world of darkness. Okay, I'm gonna get food, and then, where's my break screen? Okay, I'm gonna put you in some place with good music. So we're going to Limsa. I'll be back. See you in about 10 minutes. Alright, we're back. I'm still gonna be, like, eating. My tea is, not quite ready yet. But it's getting there. Anyway. Duty finder. Let's see. Keeper of the Lake. Yep. And World of Darkness. Alright. How much you want to bet it's going to be the raid that pops first again? But yeah, I don't know, like, the raid story's been pretty solid so far. You know, not, like, riveting, or, it's not the apex of storytelling, I guess, right? But it's, like, it's solid. You know, it's a good enough excuse to, like, lay some exposition on you. Gives you the reminder that, like, hey, Nero's still around. Keeper being level 50 dungeon means it's less likely to show up in roulettes. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's, and that's the tea. Back to Ul'dah while we wait for the queue to pop. Let me just handle this tea real quick. Trying not to spill any of it on my desk mat. Which is an effort unto itself. Alright, and the tea. I mean, it's hot. It's not very good tea. It's just like stuff from the grocery store. Like prepackaged tea bags. Switching your allegiance to the Ul'dah army purely because it's so much closer to the ether rate. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. Rest in peace, Ozzy. Houston strip? Chamber of Rule. There we go. You could drink tea, small amounts of caffeine still murks you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's like an ADHD thing. You could do herbal teas. Herbal teas just innately don't have any, So where the hell do I go? There it is. Okay. Herbal teas don't have any caffeine. But yeah, you might be the most caffeine sensitive person I know. And it's like only by virtue of the fact that you have ADHD. And so caffeine like is what your brain wants. And then you just like calm down. Or even like go to sleep. Which is weird, but interesting. I mean, it's just like how ADHD works, I know. But yeah. Bound for Manderville Gold Saucer. Oh. appears that everything is in order. An airship departing shortly will be departing shortly before the next bell. Shall I reserve a seat for you? Sure, assuming I can still go into queue. Didn't realize herbal is what... Yeah, I mean, it's... Like, herbal tea is literally... Like, I mean, all tea is leaves steeped in stuff, but herbal teas especially is, like, things like mint and ginger and even, like, fruit that's just steeped in water. Like, it really is more akin to broth at that point, but, just usually sweet stuff. I mean, you could also just, like, drink heated up chicken broth. That's also an option. I've done it before. It's actually pretty good if you do, like, homemade chicken broth. Mmm. Yeah, I mean, chicken broth is still a good option. Like, it's not invalidated. I just find, like, mint tea, which I always have to enunciate like that, is my personal favorite. Like, maybe have some, like, ginger in there. I mean, you can also, like, make your own herbal tea, though it's a bit harder, because you typically want, like, more dried out stuff. Like I tried doing my own mint ginger tea, and it just came out a bit weaker than even like some of the... Now, it was like much less bitter, but it was still weaker than the stuff I got like at the store. Or just like at the, at like the mass market stuff that I got at the grocery store, I should say. Gil can be exchanged for MGP at the counter in the middle entrance of the square. The current rate is 10 gil for 1 MGP. Uldan law prevents the gold saucer from exchanging MGP if the patient already possesses more than 500. MGP cannot be converted back into gil, but the points can be used to purchase an assortment of wonderful prizes to claim the from the prize claim attendant, who is also located at the main counter in the entrance square. Welcome, honored guest, to Manderville Gold Saucer, where your wildest dreams are ever but a card or a chocobo's beak away from coming true. If this is your first visit, nothing would please us more than to give you a full tour of our establishment, that you might enjoy its wonders to the fullest. At the conclusion of the tour, it is our custom to offer our esteemed patrons a complimentary gift straight from the vaults of our illustrious proprietor himself. Consider it Lord Mandeville's way of personally thanking you for your patronage. Should you wish to take the tour, pray proceed to the main counter over there and speak with the receptionist. On behalf of the management, may I take this opportunity to thank you for choosing the Gold Saucer. Rest assured, my colleagues will spare no effort in seeing that your visit is a pleasant and profitable one. May fortune smile upon you. Also, I wasn't really paying attention when we flew in. This is like it's literally a floating casino, right? Welcome, traveler, to the Gold Saucer. This is the main counter where you can purchase tickets for the mini Cactpot, acquire and redeem Manderville Gold Saucer points, and much, much more. But what in the world are Manderville Gold Saucer points, I hear you cry? A most astute question. Oh, hello. Oh, hey, Keeper of the Lake did pop. Neat. Okay. I hear you. Giant cactuar building. And again, apologies if you hear chewing sounds. Mustache enthusiast. Okay. Oh, the healer is straight up just level 50. Einhander because it has one hand? Oh, yeah, no, it is because it just straight up has one hand. Okay. Also, I was not in the right position for that. Ah, I got hit with that. Probably went too far is why. Ooh. Oh, and there's a whole horde of them. Neat. Ow. Forgot about that one that tells you to just get the hell out of the middle. Also, I'm definitely not keeping up with my positionals right now, but kind of is what it is. Okay. Neat bracelets. Pass. Honestly, no, I'll just pass. I want to keep my gear inventory under control. Actually forgot how they changed it as well. Oh, hello. Didn't realize there were other people. Or other mobs, rather. Should have just looked on the side, since that information's always there. So many mechanics previously that NPCs just wouldn't be able to do that easily. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot I could have entered this with a party of NPCs. But I'm glad to do it with an actual... I'm glad to be doing it with a mustache enthusiast. Even if his mustache is perhaps somewhat lacking. You won't be able to experience the Rokugan underwear experience? Yeah. No, it's classic. You need... It's what keeps the game lively, you know, is randos doing just, like, kind of absurd, borderline, indecent things. Also, I hate that alarm noise. Well, that was an unfortunate leap on my part. Reasons to hate the Garleans. Yeah. Reason fucking 5 million. Oh, do I have a dot on me? I think I had a dot. I got dotted somehow. Whatever. I feel like I'm doing decently at least, like, using these two cooldowns, Second Wind and Bloodbath. My general metric for that is just, like, half health. Or at half health, I'll use Second Wind. At... I guess Bloodbath I should use more frequently. So maybe I should use Bloodbath at half health and... Second Wind at quarter health. I think gladiator bots have an AoE burn the healer is meant to cure you of. I see. So it's to force you to use the cleanse. Yeah, healer's on top of their shit. I'm sorry I doubted them. And I'm trying to incorporate True North a bit more, just in terms of, like, hedging against, like, tank fuckery. Not that the tank's at fault, just, like, you know, sometimes you lose aggro. Oh, we doing wall to wall? Alright, let's go. This does seem familiar somehow, though. It feels very familiar, or very much like the raid I did at, or sorry, dungeon I did at end of ARR, where you're kind of doing the same thing, just climbing a tower.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Oh no! Investigating the dragon woke it up. Who could have thought? Do I not have an interrupt for this stuff? Alright, whatever. I'll pop my debuff on the next, oh, hello. Oh, I see. And we have a gauge for Midgard, Sommer's Ether. Yeah, that felt like the right place to use it. Big attack. Want to nerf it a little bit. Yep, group up. Oh, stay grouped up, I guess. Jesus. Did not expect that. Phantom Kin. Okay. Okay, radial attack. And then the lines. Hey, this is just the witness fight. Tank Buster. Is there any way I can even get on this guy's... I don't think I can get to his rear. So my positionals are just fucked. I forgot to... Oh, I didn't have the cooldown anyway. Okay. Oh, yay, and I didn't die. LB2 finishes out the DPS. You love to see it. Okay. I guess I just don't even get to pick there.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Rise to join in the chorus.
So when a boss is a wall boss or has a completely filled target circle instead of an empty rear, then positional doesn't matter? Okay, good to know.
Us mortal, yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen.
It sounds like Darth Scion.
Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent.
Isn't there someone you forgot to ask?
Fear not, mortal.
Also, I didn't know we could literally just pop aura like that. Oh. Echo time. Please don't tell me they start shattering. Oh, their power is going out. Dragon Daddy just told me he consents. Oh no, our power. Wait, that was like our connection to Hydaelyn, wasn't it? Was through the primal crystals? Because we got those crystals from killing the primals. Or other stuff, but like mostly that. So we obviously just lost something.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker.
We're probably going to get an explanation.
Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall
Crystal obtained to strengthen your blessing of light, yeah.
others' hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Yeah, so I have a rough understanding. I'm seeing now, though, the like importance of paying attention in A Realm Reborn.
But no more.
He's just taking away our cheat codes. But we still have the Echo. Aww, little baby!
The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man
Dragon Daddy is now a cute dragon baby. Yeah.
that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence of mine own find new life.
Yep, self-fulfilling prophecy.
It hath grown
Alright, well that's a lot to chew on. You may now summon Midgard Summer by selecting a corresponding entry within your minion guide under character menu. Okay. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphano left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Alright, queue up for Realm of Darkness. Teleport to Revenant's Toll. Can't wait to find out what any of that means. Yeah, I mean, it's all related to, like, the attack, or at least most of it feels like related to an attack on Ishgard, right? I mean, let's see. Battle. I mean, Midgard Summer is reviving himself, right? Like, he essentially just took the blessing and was, like, yoinked the power. And was like, yeah, I'm gonna walk the earth again. Yeah. Hi, Lucia. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Menphilia informed me of Sir Amaric's request. You've completed your investigation of the Keep of the Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. You conversed with Midgard Summer. I mean, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it as with considerable skepticism. And we understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection, more rejuvenation for who he dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Amaric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard Summer in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. Oh, hello. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. That's gonna come back to bite us in the ass. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Amaric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Please end the conversation. Nope, of course Menphilia has something to say. There's something you're not telling us, Auden? You seem different somehow. It's almost as if you're missing something important. You took away my blessing. 12 for Fen. Midgard Summer stripped you of the blessing of light. Are you alright? How do you feel? Okay, I gotta queue up for that. Hopefully it lets us revisit that conversation. If not, I can look, I have the log pulled up, so I can look at it. Alright. Oh, hey, we have a Dark Knight. Neat. Dak Strife. Okay. How are you supposed to keep track of anything with this many lights going on? Um... Also, I'm in Alliance A this time, just so I can remember it for myself. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Oh, I did a wrong thing, apparently. Okay. I'm like locked in right now. I cannot keep focus on like what is going on. I know these circles on the ground probably mean something. But honestly, it feels like the last time I tried to stand in them, I just instantly died. So I don't want to try that again. This place looks really cool, though. Classic Doom. Okay, moving on. Alright, no way the fight's this short. Alright, people are attacking the Forbidden Gate, so I'm gonna take that as the go-ahead to do that. Q popped while you were looking away again. Yeah, it happens. Ah, Xanda's clone. Wonderful. Say good luck as Alliance. If any Alliance raid would crumble apart in this trio, it's this one. Yeah. Yeah, but like we have, let's see, a Dark Knight, Paladin, 2 Dark Knights, a Paladin, Astrologian, a lot of Scholars actually. I did see a Pictomancer in here. Alright, there's also something like approaching us? What is this? What is this ball that's attached to... whatever. Oh, is that gonna last long enough to... Hmm? Oh, okay, that's just like a big attack that you can't avoid. Can I attack these? Alright, I did see a toxic slime pop up on the side, excuse me, but it went down quickly enough that I didn't get to it, so I'll assume it was okay. Is there something supposed to be able to be targeted? No, there it is, okay. Woo. Okay, then we all gather together. Yeah, for targeting reasons, tend to recommend pulling camera back during fights. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't have it fully pulled back. Ugh, excuse me. Enemies, I also recommend the cone targeting setting 2 makes tab targeting easier. Okay. I may have that one on. We'll see. Oh, did I get too close? Oh, hey, I'm inside a dragon's belly. Digestive tract eliminated. Absolutely eviscerated. Get Taco Bell'd, idiot. Oh boy, that's a lot of AoEs. Fortunately, I was in the right spot in my rotation for that. Oh, is this a healing AoE? This whole time I thought it was like some negative AoE I shouldn't be standing in, but I figure now... Nope, I'm dead. Yep. Should have leapt to a teammate. I'm gonna wait to heal up. Thank you, healers. Yeah, just bad positioning on that one. Wasn't fully paying attention. Okay, are we already at the final boss? Who disturbs the gloom? Our mortals from the realm of light. You have not stumbled here without purpose. So my mic arm definitely is just like slouching. I am the cloud of darkness. What I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. The Covenant lies everlasting. All morsels with the flood to darkness will sink into the something void. Ah! I definitely mismatched the voice to the face because I was totally guessing. Oh, hello. Okay, wall boss. I'm literally just keeping an eye on, like, over here. And on the floor, I guess, but, you know. Void shall consume all that is. Oh, okay, those guys did not show up on my battle log. Here we go. How are you? So do I need to stand in those? I feel like I should be up on the boss still. Oh, I didn't get used to use the melee LB3. Unfortunate. Wish the aggro list showed every enemy, but it only updates if your party member hits or gets hit by something. I see. Yeah, that's unfortunate. More unfortunate, though, is that I did not get to use the melee DPS LB3. I've been looking forward to that for so long. Missed opportunity. Alright, but that's all the Crystal Tower raids done. Alright, the way is clear. Well, once I finish this. Here we go. Story time. Where in the Seven Hills are they? Without to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids our cause little. Doga! Une, can you hear me? Nero! Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? Oh, Nero. Oh. though I don't blame you for missing my company. I think the 12, are you alright? Une. Oh, as all right as can be expected. Une has simply passed out. Oh, okay, she's not dead. What happened to you, man? Gods. Yeah. My reaction exactly. Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed this foul place entry to his body. Now the darkness claws at him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Xanda's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allagan royalty. The same blood that has sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void sent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here. Where? Une, you are safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope we may fulfill our destiny. I don't know. I skipped it. Ah, hello. Mortals, you have dared challenge me, and now must feel my wrath. Oh, I'm sorry, Cloud of Darkness. You're just boring me so much. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Oh! You missed. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike it now, whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Xanda's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Aden, Goraha, you must flee. You and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. Nope, dude just face tanked the blast. This is his destiny. Your blood, you too gain protection from Xanda's blood. Yeah, no shit. Garahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. Yeah, again, no shit. 'Tis a gift you inherited. Garaha, you have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I thought that time would consume all of Allag that was. That a man should still live with his forebears' blood in this age can be no coincidence. Oh, excuse me. Some person must have planted this gift in your line and used the highest of Allagan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not to recognize you as Allagan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, the light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray, tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Guraha. Though its effects will be but ephemeral, it will bolster the Allagan presence within you. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by fate to Allag. Our part in this journey is to bury Xanda's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Une and Doga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. Come on. You must leave us as well, Nero. I am sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. His weapon? Oh, no, just some sensor. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Doga, Une, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Aden, Nero, let us quit this place.
You shall not escape me, impudent children of light.
Yo, this is cool as hell. No, you shall not escape us. Here Xanda's blood-stained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. Cloud of Darkness got some shitty aim. Yeah, some stormtrooper ass aim. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms goes fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry. Nero, no, you must move. Leave me. I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I will not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Damn. Bit of a Chad. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Alag. I am Nero Tolskeva, the man who will yet outdo Alag and Garland. That was what you hoped to. May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Come on, time's running out, man. Go, damn you. Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did... So those damn clones did it after all. Now, onwards! Ah! Not quite. Wait, Sid? There we go. You owe me, Nero. The hells I do. Alright, so not quite Virgil. But, like, obsessed with power, white hair. You know, goes atop a tower and descends into the void. Return unharmed, thank the gods. When that void gate started to close, I'd never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running about like madmen trying to keep the gate open, and then the chief actually went and dived in. But you're all set. Where are Une and Doga? They're not... Yep, they stayed behind. I see. I'll miss the two of them dearly, but I am happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend the Crystal Tower. though we now have no one able to seal it. Oh boy, do I have news for you. That is not true, my friend. Une and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Sure, but you only have 30 minutes. Graha. Yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this and seal away the tower. Who's DMing me? Old man Yowie. I understand your instinct, Rambros, but please give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Aden are both emerged from long battle. Dude, you don't have a limited time on this. Of course, you have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair to St. Coinach's find. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Aden. Would that I could have been more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga and Une's blood. Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebears' dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray go on ahead of me. There is something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Aden. Alas, fate dictates that I have a different role to play. I wish hidden for millennia and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now, finally, 'tis my time to see it realized. Can I just fast travel there? Alright, I'm gonna finish out this quest line, because it's just this, and then, like, a story cutscene, unless the story cutscene's super long, but, and then it'll be about time for me to leave, because I want to get some other stuff done around the house, like laundry, before I go into work. I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, Aden. And with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest, if you will, then let us free ourselves from the spectre of the Alligans. The light of hope. With a look of finality upon him, Rambros seems intent upon sealing the Crystal Tower once and for all. I trust you have rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there is something we must do first. Let me summon the others and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So the Allagan eye that runs in Goraha's line does mean that royal blood flows in his veins. Did we not all conclude that at the beginning? I suppose it is not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology, but who imbued his family with the blood and for what purpose? Mayhap all this was fate from discovering the tower to Goraha gaining Une and Doga's blood. Has Goraha said anything? For matter, where is Goraha? And what of Nero? I'm not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished to since, I cannot say. But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being. Though he is still Nero. Aden. You say Graha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower. I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Rambros! Master Rambros! 'Tis Tia, sir. He came into the Crystal Tower and began ordering researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? I do not know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance. Very well, let us go and speak with these researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Excuse you, I'm the head of queer business. No, I guess I'm not the bottom of queer business in that case. Master Garland, Auden, please come with me. No doubt Garaha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plans to us. Yep. Whoop. Alright, let's hope this cutscene is not longer than like 15 minutes. Also okay, cool. Nobody has messaged me in a panic or anything about coming in early to work, which is a good sign. Son of Saint-Clenach. What in the world is Gratia thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course he would tell me nothing. But he will be honest with you, sir. I'm certain of it. Okay, no messages. Cool. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, Garha. I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please, come here so we can discuss this. No. My apologies, but I cannot. Come on, men! What is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Une and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth has always lain with Alag, or rather, 'twas there with which I must grant... 'Twas there the wish I must grant was born. Gonna rebirth the Alagan Empire? You see, not all the world perished in Xanda's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Alag, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Alag's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Alag's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia we waited. Alag's art and ingenuity faded. Her royal blood grew thin. But before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. And now I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Garaha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Alag's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Hells, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Cid. We could wait for someone, someday, to reach the same heights as Alag, but by then we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Aemon did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What, we're just starting this cycle again? Come on, man. What? You cannot mean that. I am deadly serious, Cid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Alagans in knowledge. I will slumber within Circus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them. and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside of these doors. Go, create a future where hope reigns and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Does this come up again in Endwalker? Nothing we say will change your mind, will it? Like, knowing nothing about the story, I just feel like the Dawn Trail to Endwalker flip is kind of where this would come up again. Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec, just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll be only a few years before we come knocking, Garaha. Then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray keep alive our successes and forgive us our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. The 12 keep you till then, Rambros. And I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Aden. I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Well, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancient's wish. I mean, takes care of the problem, so. Crystal Tower slumbers again, then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. He seeks power. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. Oh. Okay. That's a choice. A new dawn has come for me. Also, Nero's tall. Am I wrong, or is Nero tall? Oh. It's finding the power. Port to Rambros. Off we go again. Nero is pretty tall. Okay, I thought it was just me. Because, I mean, Mikote are not that tall. And that's been my point of reference. Because it's my player character, right? Is Mikote. Mikote. Pronouncing, or like, adding glottal stops is so hard. But, like, I don't know, it's interesting. Like, I like linguistics, so I like focusing on this. But it also is a bit infuriating sometimes. All Garleans are using either the Here or Elizin model, so they're either kind of mid or tall, and that's it. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think Nero... I mean, based on Nero's poses, it seems like he's using the Elezen model. You've just missed Sid, Aden. There is much that needs attention if he is to fulfill Garaha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah, no matter how lonely St. Clynach's find has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future, lit by Garaha's beacon. Sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. You've completed the Crystal Tower quest series. Rest well, champion, for the main scenario, and many other adventures await you. Oh, that's done. It's over. It's finally over. Unless you're the Garlean's Empire, that man is just a big chungus. Yeah. Alright. Just one more. We'll finish out this quest. And then should be able to bust out the rest of 2.5 and 2.55 in the next stream. Okay, cool. We get to revisit this conversation. Converse with Midgard Summer, yep. Yeah, don't want to call me a heretic. Ishgard will burn. Okay. Almost done. I lost the blessing. 12 for friend. Midgard Summer stripped you of your blessing of light. Are you alright? How do you feel? I'm actually pretty good. I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard Summer made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Althik and Nemia, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgard Summer ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Heidelin herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. So much deception and hidden information. It's gonna come back to bite you. I'm telling you. Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? So he's just gonna show up to heckle us every now and again? Honestly, I'm down with that. We need a bit of that energy. Bit of that heckling energy.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale.
Caitlin? Catherine something? Trying to remember her voice actress.
I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises.
Damn well
I
better.
must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Brianna of Tarth
Countless assaults
type
leveled,
shit.
and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians over centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgardsormr who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such a time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance and pray that our fears are unfounded. Okay, I have to end stream. I'm at the end of my endurance. I need to recoup for work. So, yeah, thanks for coming along. I'm planning on doing this on Wednesday. Same time, same place. Hopefully on Twitch as well. I'll see if I can get the multi-streaming to actually work in a way that makes sense to me. Until then, I will see you next time. And have a good day.